Witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake the pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. Have aligned, kindness is maintained. Talks have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening, the awakening. Have aligned, kindness is maintained. Talks have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. around the world that need for change. The way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake the pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening, the awakening. Have aligned, kindness is maintained. Talks have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together. Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love.
treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land. A pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening. Yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening. The awakening. The awakening. The elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land. A pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening. Yeah, yeah. The elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake the pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening. Elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Now, ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 the awakening. Yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening, the awakening. Elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening. prophecy is now. Ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Demanding change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening, the awakening. Elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
Demanding change for peace, for Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Change the way we treat this earth, following the natural laws that show respect for her. Resisted acts to remove us from the love we have for the land. Land that gave us life and peace, the land that gave us love. Treaties were signed, our people brought them gifts. Shake a pipe, drum the rattle, things that our elders gave. We're signed to share this land, a pact was once agreed. Forgive mistakes that were made for the land on which we breathe. And we say, yeah, 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 yeah. The awakening, yeah, yeah. The awakening, the awakening, the awakening. Elders have aligned, kindness is maintained. Dogs have come to join together for the land that needs to be saved. We're joining hand in hand, join in spirit too. Raise your voices and your heart and let the spirit through. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, ancients have arrived. Raise your voices and your drums and let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Let your spirits rise. Hey, 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 hey. The awakening.
We are witnessing an awakening that is being influenced by spirit and nature. Nature's been waiting for this moment for us to come together and become unified in our unique and distinctive ways as one human family. When we put ourselves in order, the universe and the earth will naturally set things in balance. The indigenous drums of the world are sounding together.
on Mother Earth. Spirit and the force of nature will show us what it's worth. The land connects us all, foundations of all that live. Earth, air, fire, and water, what ceremonies give. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to get started. So thank you, everyone, for coming out. I'm Julia Canlish, the Education Coordinator with the Chiefs of Ontario. And I have the pleasure of introducing the Elder this morning, who's going to do our opening, Elder Frida McDonald. She's originally from Saugeen First Nation in Manitoba and has lived in Thunder Bay for many years. She taught culture at Fort William First Nation for 20 years, teaching the language through singing and drumming. She's also was in residential school, but is proud to say that she never forgot her language during her time in residential school. So with that, I'm going to welcome Frida to do an opening for us.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm kind of intimidated standing here before you with all this knowledge in front of me. But thank you for asking me to be here. And I'll just make the prayer brief and simple. My friend over there, I don't even know his name, he's going to be going around with the bowl. He's a brave one. He's going to go around with the bowl that smudge the room, to clear the air, and bring the Creator Spirit in today's meeting. So I'll start off with prayer and ask the Creator to be here with us and to listen to what we are discussing, to give us answers. And pray for our children, husbands, wives, grandchildren, and all our relatives. With that, I'll give the bowl to my friend over here. He'll go around, and I'll say the prayer. I was brought up, I think I was brought up right. My dad told me that I should never forget who I am, where I come from, and never to forget my language. And he said, it doesn't matter what, how people pray, there is only one Creator, and it is our job to find our way to the Creator. So with that, I'll say the morning prayer. I'll sing these songs. Imachiwa. Now, we go to pretend that we see my guinea player, get them no one guy you say. Mano, that's no, I think any nation will say no one. That's a little boy, I'll be dusting the boy out, okay, you know, as you will say no. We teach in our home, God, these got no addition to my wife, no more, God, we teach you that. She may know not to, not come here. Young thought me transcend it, now on the musical singing. No mission. Chiminoya, Chimasisio. Cano in Kina in our Bimna, Nina. Me just sing it, no sing it, and that for Diana. Now we get you giving care of me with cheap, keep munching on solution. You each young solution. Demand is in so you can awaken mission and now get to commit. And when a mission
Okay, we're going to begin with some words from the Regional Chief. I think someone's just gone to locate the Regional Chief. So I guess while we're waiting for the Regional Chief, we can maybe just go over the purpose of the meeting. So basically, the first day we're going to be covering Bill C-33 and the implications for First Nations of Bill C-33. We're going to begin with a legal analysis of the bill, and that will be the bulk of the day today. Tomorrow we will be going into options on a regional framework. So here's the Regional Chief. Welcome. You're up.
Watch. Nanako guys sink them out to sky, no guys should I not mama to me get the mats with me 6 out to sky, I works to me west to now Gabishai. Now it's the knock me up and never Magabishai. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, to give thanks for the gift of life, an opportunity for us to come together, talk about our common vision for the future. We are here to talk about our future, the education of our children. And I thank you for being here today. So I say good morning, and thank you, Elder, for the opening prayer. And I am very pleased to be here to be part of the opening comments. I'd like to welcome all the leaders, the educators, the men and women, the youth that are here. Thank you for being here today. I'd also like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territories of Fort William First Nation. And I give thanks for them allowing us to gather on their lands. As you know, we are here for 2 days, today and tomorrow, to put our thoughts, our minds together on education, the future of our children. We have an agenda planned to discuss the application and strategies on responding to Bill C-33, which currently is on hold in second reading in the parliamentary process. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from everyone. If you're not happy with C-31, we want to know why, but more importantly, we want to hear the alternatives. What is the alternative if we say no our problems with C-33? We need to take a message to the government of Canada and say, this is what we want. This is what we want for our children. This is what we want for our future. And we have to send a message out there that we want to work with the government of Canada to bring about something that will work for us and work for Canada. Because we're talking about a common future for all of us. Back in 1972, First Nations set out a vision for education that was founded on our identity, our languages, our cultures, our homeland, our traditions, knowledge systems, learning ways, and our spirituality. This was a policy document called Indian Control of Education. This vision was updated in 2010, only 3 years ago. So we are here today, looking at it, seeing if we are any closer to that vision today, 42 years later. Since the Dominion of Canada was formed in 1867, there has been many laws and policies enacted. Bill C-33 is just one of them. Prior to the Dominion of Canada, laws existed in Europe about Canada. These were the 1455 papal bulls, which put forth into motion the doctrine of discovery, and the 1763 Royal Proclamation Act, which set out the treaty-making process that led to the Treaty of Niagara as the first one. We know and understand that Canada is a colonized land and an apartheid state. What else? Why else would specific legislation be needed for a specific group of people? Why is there an Indian Act that has been around since 1876? And why is there Bill C-33? And also, why is it that it's only First Nations people asking the why? Going into its 150 years, 2017, Canada will be careful to tell the public that Indigenous peoples did not have a government before 150 years ago. Canada will deny that sovereign people existed on the land before then, because they need to provide justification about 150 years of subjugating us. Canada has a long history of assimilation policies that intend to terminate the cultural, social, economic, and political distinctiveness of First Nations. They want us to be absorbed into mainstream Canada, Canada's life and values. This time we are in a very different fight. This time we are fighting for the hearts of our children and their chance not to be assimilated. Over the past number of years, more so under the Stephen Harper PC government, the number of laws directly and indirectly impacting First Nations have increased, and the government bureaucracies have grown. The aim of the government is to make modern amendments to Indian Act to end our pre-existing sovereign status. Bill C-33 is one of these bills, and that is why we continue to wrestle with the Canadian government today, because they don't want to give up or share jurisdiction with us. They want to hang on to the notion that we do not have rights. In 2014, there is something different from 1972. What is different today is that our people know and understand what their rights are. And we have more of our own people educated in a Western education system. They're better educated today than it was back in 1972. But at the same time, our people, our educated professionals, know their own Indigenous laws, values, and practices. As well, at the same time, We have been through almost 150 years of colonization, and our young people are being tired and mistreated, to the point where some of them, many of them feel that there is nothing left to lose. Our story in Canada of being colonized is similar to Indigenous peoples of the world. The papal bulls sanctioned the doctrine of discovery throughout the world. For example, in New Zealand, the Indigenous people signed a treaty with the British Crown 75 years after the first one was signed in Canada. The Maoris signed theirs in 1840. Shortly after making treaty with them, the government established schools for the Maori people, for the Maori children, under the Native Schools Act of 1867. In these schools, the Maori children were mistreated and abused, and many of them lost their languages just like our own children under the residential school system. They went from speaking Maori as their first language to 26% that spoke their language in 1960. It was then in the 60s that they began to organize against oppressive social policies. And they were able to gain more political power to establish a tribunal in 1975 that enabled them to regain their language and increase their people's education level. Early learning and education were central to the political debate on Maori self-determination. So when we look at that, it is no different with us with Bill C-33. It is about our very existence. If our children are assimilated by government-developed legislation and regulation, we will cease to exist. We will no longer exist. The Maori people were able to turn this around, and I believe that we can do it too. We need to develop our alternatives. Alternatives that are based on our identity, our cultures, homeland traditions, learning ways, and our spirituality, and send a message to the Prime Minister of Canada that we have a plan, and that we want to work with the Government of Canada on that plan to make a system that will work for us as well as address the Government of Canada's objectives. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and I welcome your guest. Mawas na ako, kawichunagok, bagsedan manto, chwiwichi, ubiyak, pinachinan sek, mawachi to na. Thanks very much.
Okay, now we will ask Grand Chief Gordon Peters, who holds the education portfolio for the Political Confederacy of Chiefs of Ontario, to say a few words.
Thank you, Julia. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the Elder for the opening this morning and for the smudge that was provided, and it's a reminder of that we also have obligations, each one of us, to be able to call upon our ancestors and to acknowledge our relatives for that work that gets done. To remind each other that we have a lot of help. We have a lot of help out there, and that all we need to do is begin to call upon that help to be able to do the things that we want to be able to do, and not get sidetracked by what happens within the government. I wonder about these things all the time, because I've always wondered, like, for me, it becomes, why is it so difficult? You know, if we say that what we want to do is something right for our children, and the federal government says that they want to do something right for our children, why is it so difficult for us to be able to do that? It should be really simple. It should be straightforward. Before we had Minister Valcourt and before this process got underway, from the Chiefs Committee on Education, we went forward. I spoke to the Minister on behalf of the Chiefs Committee and I asked him, I said, let's engage in a process. We work together and determine what our financial needs are. And we can do all of these things by policy that we want to be able to do. There's no need for us to get involved in the long pieces of legislation. Policy can bring us, help us bring our funding up to where we need to be, and it will help us immediately. And his response was, legislation first, and then we'll talk about money after. Well, we're in the same boat right now with this new act. It's adopt the legislation first, and then we'll talk about the money after. And so their particular approach hasn't changed from what it was as we started before. 40 years ago, when our people talked about control, our language was different, and our environment was different. Because shortly after that, when they were talking about control, when we went to the First Ministers conferences, and we used the word sovereignty, we were told outright by the government, you can't use those words. And so we amongst ourselves began to use the word jurisdiction. And so when we started to use the word full jurisdiction instead of sovereignty, we were attempting to be able to find some way of being able to express ourselves that was consistent with our understanding of our inherent rights and our treaties. And so our ancestors, when they talked about control, they were talking about jurisdiction. They were talking about taking control, total control of our lives, not the kind of control that the government sees via its legislation. And so now we talk about self-determination. And when we talk about self-determination, internationally, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples are out there. It talks about the right of self-determination. And although Canada might tell you it's an aspirational document, it is not an aspirational document. It is being used by the courts right now as a way of being able to determine what certain things are going to mean and how they should be looked at by the courts. So it's no longer an aspirational document that we're trying to deal with. I think the other clarity that we need to make as we go forward is that I see in the press a lot of times people are talking about reconciliation. And we're not talking about reconciliation. We never went into any constitutional discussions with Canada to talk about reconciliation. To me, reconciliation says that we did something wrong and we have to be reconciled for that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make Canada live up to its obligations. They have constitutional obligations, they have legal obligations, and they have moral obligations. That's what we're trying to do. So when you see people talking about reconciliation, it's not about that at all. It's about those obligations that Canada has, that they have taken on, that they need to be responsible for, and that we continue to remind them that they are responsible for. What they try to do is sidestep those responsibilities, get outside of the Indian Act, but still use 9124 as a vehicle, which is not acceptable. 9124 is still the same federal control. If they're going to use something to move forward, then they've got to get back into Section 35 as a means of being able to do that. Right now, we do a lot of things in our communities around education. And people have built boards, they've developed their committees, they've developed their own programming, they've structured their own relations with a lot of school boards. So there's a lot of things that we've done in the last few years to try to help ourselves get a better footing and to be able to be better equipped to deal with our children. And it's so unfortunate that this act brings everything we do into this act, and then it sets out a process where the minister, then we become accountable to the minister for everything that we do. And so it takes back all of those things that we've been doing in our communities to be successful. It takes those back, it puts them in the hands of the minister, and puts them into a process where eventually at some stage, if we're not upholding those standards that the minister says we need to uphold, they can come in and reach in and they can take over our education processes. So I think that as we go forward, to me, there's some things that we're going to have to discuss and we're going to have to agree upon as we go forward. Certainly, for me, the biggest issue that I've been hammering in the press is the issue of liability, and to me, that's fundamental because, well, we're liable for all the actions that we take. In this particular draft and bill that's going forward, the federal government is not liable for the actions that it takes. And that's huge. So if they decide one day that they're not going to fund us, there's nothing we can do about it. Because under this act, if we agree with this process, we will have given them that space to be able to get out of it. And so that is a critical issue for me as we begin these discussions. Second, what Stan had provided was that we always have to have alternatives. And if you look at the media right now, the media is saying there's something wrong with us. We're disorganized, we don't know what we want, and that eventually that kind of thinking is what the federal government will use to say, we have to go ahead because they can't get their act together. That's the message that the government gives us on a regular basis. And so we need to come out with something that's going to be able to help us to be able to go back to the media and to back to the government and say, look, here's what we want. Here's what's going to work for us. And we don't have to have detail and work it out to the finest thing, but we have to be able to show that we have our own way of being able to process this that's going to support what we want to be able to do. And of course, at the end of the day, the government has to be able to go with us on this matter, because until we're able to be financially stable in our communities, until we're able to deal with our treaties, our traditional lands, our resources, and all those things that exist outside of our communities that belong to us, until we do that, this government has to be responsible for what they have done. And that's fundamental to what we put out there for years and years and years about what we believe has to happen with respect to this government. So I'm looking forward to the discussion today. I'm looking forward to being able to have the analysis go before you today as well from John and Judith. Also to be able to go through the financial proposal that's there so that you could understand the financial as well. And to be able to have a really frank discussion amongst ourselves. Because we all know that there's one thing that we all need, and that's money. We all need funding, we all need resources to make our systems work. And right now, the carrot is out there for us to be able to look at. And we have to determine the price of whether that's viable for us or not. If it's not, then we've got to do something else. But that's going to be your say. That's going to be the discussion we're going to have today. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to be a part of this today and to be able to take this forward. Right now, the National Executive has set March 15th as a day for the AFN Executive and the Chiefs Committee on Education nationally to get together. They've expanded that. They said it's open to people to come in and have that discussion. And so we will attend that process. So we'll take the direction that we get from here to go forward to there. There's also a planned assembly at the end of May, a special Chiefs Assembly. I think we need to be there as well. We ourselves are still working on a Confederacy of Nations. We called that meeting a while back before the National Chief resigned as a way of having a voice, a national debate on this matter before the bill went forward. We were going to be excluded from a national debate. And so we tried to find a way to be able to have a national debate so that your voices could be heard and so that our positioning could be taken forward. And so we're still going to try to go ahead with that. We're still making plans across the country to be able to do that for the 14th of March, of May. I even wrote, on my, sent a tweet out and I said, The rally was on March 14th, 24. I wanted to give you a lot of notice of what's happening, so, and to keep you in the loop. So those are the actions that we've got planned to be able to go forward. And I think it's really important for us to be able to carry out those things and to acknowledge the work that we do collectively amongst each other. It's time for us to be able to work together and to be able to move forward together. So, Misha.
Thank you very much, Gord. And thank you very much, Regional Chief, for those opening comments. We'll now turn it over to John Olthius and Judith Ray from Olthius Clare Townsend Law Firm, and they're going to present their legal opinion on Bill C-33.
Thank you very much, Julia. I'm very honored to be here with all of you this morning. I want to pay my respects to the people of the Fort William First Nation, all the caretakers of the land, the Shinaabiaski, and all your nations across Ontario that you've cared for so many generations. Thank you, Regional Chief Stan Beardy, for the framework, and Grand Chief Gord Peters. I want to also pay my respect to the elders and thank the elder for the opening ceremonies, which continue after having the privilege of working with First Nations for 50 years to be so meaningful to me. I want to pay my respects to the elected leaders who are here today, chiefs and councilors and grand chiefs, for leadership over so many years in so many ways. I've had the privilege of working with some of you for more than 40 years, going back to before the Section 35 entrenchment in the Constitution. And it's also a wonderful thing to see so many young people here today. And I want to pay my respects to all of you who are working so hard for the future of your children, for better education for your children, and for a better future for all First Nations people. We have been asked to give a legal opinion of C-33, and Judith Ray has worked with this with me. There is a legal opinion in your folders that is sort of the full text of our opinion. And this morning, what we want to do is, in PowerPoint, provide the legal overview. I'm going to start with some framework comments, and Judith is going to continue with some more detailed comments about the actual nuts and bolts of what is in C-33. I guess the first PowerPoint sums up the legal opinion. Kind of a one-word legal opinion. This bill, C-33, should be called Federal Control of First Nations Education Act, because essentially that's what this bill does. It extends federal control over First Nations education. And we begin with an overview, and the first question that one always asks in a legal opinion is, does the government that is purporting to pass a particular piece of legislation actually have the jurisdiction to do so? And our answer to that question is no. The jurisdiction to govern your education rests with you, with First Nations. Your inherent governance rights are protected in Section 35 of the Constitution Act. And we worked, I was privileged to work with the AFN, with many of you around that struggle to get Section 35 in the Constitution, and a fundamental part of that was to make sure that treaty rights, in addition to Aboriginal rights, were entrenched in the Constitution of Canada. So that section of the Constitution says that the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. So the jurisdiction does not belong to Canada under Section 9124 of the Constitution. The jurisdiction to pass legislation with respect to First Nation education rests with you, the First Nations. Now that would make an interesting legal challenge, constitutional legal challenge, but that's not necessary at the moment, since the government has put this bill on hold because of the reactions across this country of First Nations to this attempt by Canada to extend its Section 9124 jurisdiction. And you've responded and said, no, this is Section 35 jurisdiction, and that's where we're going to go. So the second question then is, because we know things don't change overnight, the Section 35 has been in the Constitution now for 32 years. And we're still struggling. All of us are still struggling to try and give that essential content to Section 35 that was the intention. That all of your rights, all of your jurisdictions are there. Canada has some jurisdiction under Section 91. The provinces have jurisdiction under Section 92. Whole list of jurisdictions in the Constitution under Section 35, just as there are under Sections 91 and 92. So the second question then, because things don't change overnight, is Bill 33 a step in the right direction? Is it a step towards Section 35 jurisdiction? And our answer, our legal answer to that is no, it is not. Bill C-33 is an exercise of federal power. It would increase federal control over First Nation education and decrease your control. So that's fundamental. There are certain things, as we know, there's movement. You can say, look, we don't get everything. This is a process. We take things in steps and so on and so forth, and that's very important. But the steps have to be in the direction that you want to go. And the direction you want to go is Section 35, not back to enhancing Section 9124. And in our view, this particular bill increases federal jurisdiction and decreases First Nations jurisdiction. So then the question is, the third question is, okay, so what are the next steps now that Canada has put C-33 on hold? Well, the Regional Chief and Grand Chief Peters have commented on that. The next step could be, you could develop your own First Nation education laws and systems, and I know a lot of work's already been done on that in different contexts and in different ways. table your own proposals for fair funding while continuing to pursue cooperative recognition through agreements and treaty renewal. I want to say something about the further about Section 35 and Section 9124. With many of you, we worked on the Charlottetown Accord, which, as you know, was an attempt to put into Section 35 of the Constitution the actual recognition, more detail about your First Nations rights to be self-determining and self-governing. And that document that went before the Canadian people for a referendum, and unfortunately, as some of you will recall, maybe not some of the very young folks, but that was 22 years ago. That went before the Canadian people, but there were all kinds of pieces to that. There was a piece about Senate reform, there was financial pieces, and if people didn't like one piece, they voted against the whole thing. So the referendum failed by, I think it was like 51% or something. But this is what the government of Canada, the governments of every province had agreed to go into the Constitution of Canada. And we need to constantly remind ourselves of that. The Constitution would have acknowledged Aboriginal governments as one of the three orders of government in Canada. It would have said that the exercise of the right of self-government includes authority of the duly constituted legislative bodies, each within your own jurisdiction, to safeguard and develop. I don't know how to get that thing off the off there. Some nefarious federal effort to remind me in 4 hours, it said. Well. There we go. It comes again. Don't go far. So it says you have the jurisdiction to safeguard and develop your languages, cultures, economies, identities, and traditions, develop, maintain, and strengthen your relationship with your lands, waters, and environments, and so as to determine and control your developments as people according to your own values and priorities, and ensuring the integrity of your societies. Certainly, fundamental to that is education. To safeguard, develop your languages, cultures, economies, identities, and traditions. Develop, maintain, and strengthen your relationship with your land, waters, and environment. So this is, to me, the benchmark for saying, listen, governments had all agreed to this. Now, after this, the government of Canada said, oh, well, this didn't pass, so they came out with their inherent right policy, but the inherent rights policy gutted this section. They say it's the inherent rights policy, but it really isn't. It's the Section 9124 delegated form of trying to, it's really a wolf in sheep's clothing. This whole thing is like calling this a First Nations Education Act when it's actually a federal control of First Nations Act. So this is the context that, and I've learned this by working with many of you over 50 years. This is the fundamental framework that I think we need to be looking at here from the Crown's framework, which leads to this Bill C-33, and your framework, which can lead to First Nation Education Act supported by First Nation economy. So we'll just go through that quickly. But there's a fundamental disconnect between the two. And this has been there since Section 35. Now, Section 35 should have changed that. Section 35 should have meant that and these constitutional conferences were designed to say, look, we now have Section 35, Aboriginal government, in the Constitution. So Section 91 powers are no longer what they were. Section 92 and 93 powers are no longer what they were. We have to harmonize Section 35 powers with Section 91 and 92 powers. And that's what the constitutional conferences were supposed to be all about. The harmonization of the powers of three orders of government that are in the Constitution of Canada. The federal government has continued to act as if Section 35 doesn't exist. It continues to say we have federal powers under 9124. That's where this education legislation, there's no other constitutional base for this education legislation other than 9124, and that's an invalid base. They have no right under the Constitution to pass a bill related to your education. But this is the framework that they use. They're still doing the 9124. Bill 33 is based on that premise. And don't forget, this is with respect to your jurisdiction on reserve. So the question is, 32 years after Section 35, 22 years after Charlottetown, what will Canada regulate next under Section 9124? What will they try to regulate next? Education, of course, is so fundamental to your future as a people. But what will they do next if they continue on this track of ignoring Section 35 and using what they call their 9124 powers to take further, exercise further jurisdiction over First Nations? On the First Nations side, treaties established the government-to-government relationship. That was finally recognized about 230 years after the Royal Proclamation, was finally recognized in Section 35, was further entrenched in that in the Charlottetown. And as I've said, the idea was the harmonization of those three levels of constitutional power to implement inherent rights, and that involves the context of that is treaty renewal. The renewal of the treaties to call Canada, as Grand Chief Peters has said, to their responsibilities, and to restore the treaty relationship with land and resource base, which would then give you the possibility of not only passing your own legislation, but doing so with your own resources based on what comes from your land, as you traditionally intended that through the different treaties. So this is the fundamental disconnect, and the pushback, it seems to me, on this, the legal pushback is, no, we have to be working on the First Nations framework, which is the Section 35 framework, which is the constitutional framework. And that's where this education legislation has to come from. The Regional Chief Beardy has mentioned a bit of the history of this. You're all very familiar. And it struck me in a lot of the editorials you're getting. People have forgotten the residential school experience already, that this is what's happened when people like Duncan Campbell Scott says the objective is that there will not be a single Indian in Canada that has not been absorbed into the body politic, and there is no Indian question. Now, one has to look at this a little carefully, but trying to exert control over First Nations education in this act through 9124, certainly another federal attempt to take over control of the education of First Nations children. And you already, and Judith is going to go into this more, actually, you already have a lot of power over your own education systems on reserve. The big problem is you don't have the money. You don't have the resources. you don't have near the equivalence of what's provided to schools elsewhere, and that's a fundamental just inequity and unfairness. And in practice, you've moved well beyond the Indian Act in what you're doing. But your jurisdiction to do that and your control has not been recognized, and now Canada is coming and saying, we're going to entrench our control through this act, because everything has to go, finally be approved by the minister. And Judith's going to go into more of the details of that, but that's the direction of this. And so fair funding is fundamental, and I think most Canadians understand when you put it this way. You say, listen, the funding for First Nations education is far below the funding provided for kids in other communities across the country. And there has to be catch-up funding for all the years of underfunding. So there has to be a funding formula which puts a lot of money on the table right now to do the catch-up, and then there has to be equitable funding, the same as provided for other children across the country going forward. Now there is, a lot of you have been doing a lot of work on education, and just want to acknowledge that this particular act says that, if you come to your own agreements through the sectoral self-government negotiations in education, this act does not apply. There is the NAN negotiations, there's the Anishinaabe ones, there's the Treaty 3 case, AI is doing something. Everybody is doing something to try and move your jurisdiction towards Section 35. And this bill does say if you come to an agreement, a negotiated agreement, then these provisions will not apply. But the funding issues are fundamental in all of those agreements as well. So we'll just want to acknowledge that there are these negotiations, obviously, that are going on, and in the self-determination of each treaty First Nation, you will determine how to continue those negotiations and whether those agreements take you in the direction of 35 and more funding and so on. If those agreements are not reached, you then fall under this act that fortunately now will not go ahead, and hopefully will be replaced with something that you put on the table. The Regional Chief has referred to the 1972 policy statement, which actually Indian control of Indian education, which is an important landmark, and he's referred to the 2010 policy statement that education should maintain First Nation cultural values and languages and provide a strong foundation for empowering proud First Nations people to contribute to the development of their families, clans, communities, and nations. So, legally speaking then, what would be the steps towards a recognition of your jurisdiction? Well, I think there's a number of them, and these are kind of some legal suggestions for how to move. First, rejection of Bill C-33 because it is unconstitutional. It is Section 9124 legislation. It is not Section 35 legislation, and it imposes greater federal control over your First Nations education. Secondly, reject the past, which you've been doing very consistently for many years, education for assimilation. The Regional Chief has mentioned the fact that this federal control can, of course, lead to another round of federal attempts to assimilate, and in many ways, cultural assimilation. I noticed the minister said, one of the things that the minister said about why this was such a good bill is that it'll educate First Nations children to become part of the Canadian economy. Well, that's, maybe okay, people might want that, but to have that, that seems to me a very assimilationist statement, that's why you want to control education. So, so it's tied into the land and resource issues and the pipeline issues and all of those issues. So reject that, embrace your own vision, which you have, continue to embrace that vision. And this, I think, is very, very important to develop your own education laws and proposals. And again, I know a lot of work's been done on that, a lot of effort is there. I think it's time to pursue that and to continue to do that in the larger context of treaty renewal, so that eventually you will have the funding from your own land and resources to make your own decisions about funding for your First Nations education. And you will not have to go and constantly be dependent on contribution agreements, which are always subject to veto by the federal government. And of course, continue to build your education system and to exercise your jurisdiction. That was fundamental when Section 35 came into the Constitution, and with Charlottetown First Nation saying, look, we have this constitutional power, we're not going to wait. It's recognized in the Constitution, but we're going to start exercising it. And eventually, as we exercise it, that harmonization with federal and provincial is going to start. And certainly this is a crucial point on the education front to really focus on pursuing your educational jurisdiction. So this bill is deeply problematic in our view, both in concept, the concept being it's 9124, not 35, and in detail, in that it increases federal control and decreases First Nation control over education. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Judith, who is going to get more into the nuts and bolts of the C-33. I thank you very much for the honor of being here with you this morning, and I trust that you will find a way, as you always have for 250 years, to exercise the rights the Creator has given to you. And we're honored to be here this morning to try and assist in any way that we can to help you do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I want to thank all of you for inviting me here. My name is Judith Ray, and I work with John at the firm OKT. I'm a lawyer by training, and I also have a background in a master's in social work and working with children and youth. And I feel very passionately about the issue of education and other social issues facing First Nations communities. Thanks very much for inviting me. Thank you to Elder Frida McDonald for your opening prayer and for the smudge. And thank you, Regional Chief Beardy and Grand Chief Peters for the opening comments. And thanks, Julia, for coordinating this. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. And as John said, John's role, of course, is to, talk a bit about the big picture. My role today is I'm going to talk about the little picture. So I've got the magnifying glass there. And John's put the bill into context. What's the legal context there between federal power under 9124, where that kind of Indian Act-based power, a power over you, and your powers, your jurisdiction and rights, which are now enshrined in Section 35. And of course, our finding is that the Act, you're in this middle ground, right? And John talked about that, the kind of middle time, where you've experienced that very intense federal power over you in the past. You know, you've experienced, particularly in education, that history of the federal government using education, controlling it, using it for assimilation, and the harm that, the deep harm that that's caused. And it's important, and I think John is very right to recall it. I do have this feeling reading some of the things in the media that there's many people out there that never understood that or really never internalized that, many non-First Nation Canadians, or have very quickly forgotten it and seem very willing to accept what the federal government is saying about this bill and very willing to trust what it's trying to propose. And of course you have a very different experience from that. So you're in this middle position now. You have done a lot with your education systems. You have grown your control, particularly since the 70s roughly. You have developed schools on reserve. You have developed education systems and supports. You have worked with some provincial schools locally and have been developing agreements and so on. You aren't really, the Indian Act provisions are not governing your education systems right now, almost, with very rare exceptions. You don't have funding, though. You don't have very good funding at all. The funding is abysmal. And that really compromises what you can do with the education systems you're developing. And you don't have that full recognition of your jurisdiction, and that does compromise and limit your control. But you do have that vision, right? You do have that vision of the rights you're moving towards. And it's that vision, and it was shown in those slides about the 1972 and 2010 policies, of a vision that it's not just Western and it's not just traditional. It's a vision that allows your children to be strong in both worlds. And I think that's very important. And I don't think other people understand that vision or could implement it. I think you're the only ones who really understand that vision and could implement it for your children. So with that context, my job is to look into the Act. How does it decrease your control, getting into the nitty-gritty of it, and how does it increase federal control? And I've spent some time, looking at these provisions and thinking about them and trying to think about what this means for you. The Act, of course, suggests in its title that it's giving you control, right? That's what the title suggests, First Nations Control of First Nation Education Act. It is very clear to me, looking at the Act, that that is an illusion. That is not what the Act is doing. It is not recognizing your rights or jurisdiction in any way. But even in a delegated sense, it is not in any practical way increasing your control. The things that it references that you may do, or that it, quote, enables you to do, to use the word that is at least once used, at one point used in the Act, those are things you are already doing. Those are things you already can do and do, in fact, do. And it's going to take those things and impose a whole bunch of federal limits and constraints on those powers that you already exercise. So it is not giving you any new powers or, even in a delegated sense, saying, yeah, go ahead and do something new. It's saying, yeah, go ahead and do these things, which you already do. And then it's imposing a whole bunch of new regulations on top of those things that are going to be controlled through federal legislation, federal rules, and discretion of the federal minister. So that's very much giving you less control than what you have now. And you can see this very vividly if you take a close look at Section 3. Section 3 is the first, what I would call, substantive provision of the Act. So it starts with a preamble, as Acts do. I'll come back to that. It has definitions, it has a short title where it just gives the name of the Act. That's all very standard. And then it starts with Section 3, where it says the purpose of this Act is to provide for control by First Nations of their education systems, currently, by enabling, so it says, councils of First Nations to do three things: to administer schools situated on reserves. Well, you already certainly do that. To delegate that power to First Nations education authorities, well, you already do that. You can delegate powers as you wish to various education authorities, which a number of you already do. Or to enter into tuition or administration agreements. Well, you already do that. You enter into agreements for tuition. They have this other term in this act, administration. It's going to have to do in accordance with this act. What's actually happening in this act is a shift in control away from you and towards Indian affairs. And it does that in 3 ways. So there's three ways that this act really clearly increases federal control and decreases your control. The first is by imposing a set of federal rules. And a number of those are laid out in the act. You're going to see more of them developed, or you would see more of them, were this act to continue. You would see more of them developed in the regulations. Those will be federal regulations. As with the act, you know, the federal government may say it's consulted people about that, but then it's going to make a decision and pass a set of regulations, and those would be the regulations. After that, you could probably expect federal policies, other policies that, you know, Indian affairs to come out, ANSI policies and so on. So there'll be a whole number, and we know a bunch of them in the act, or we can get a sense in the act where it lists what is going to follow, and we'll see more of the rules. But there's a number of rules that are going to be developed under this act and have been already under what's there already, that are federal rules that are getting imposed onto your education system. So the way I've kind of characterized that is, basically, the department says jump, and you're supposed to say how high, right? They're saying this is what you have to do, and you're supposed to say absolutely, yes sir, you know. Exactly what is the measure that we're supposed to meet. So instead of you setting the rules, they're setting the rules. And those are going to be an interference, of course, with the rules that you may already have. So we'll come back to that. The second thing they're doing is they're backing up those rules with enforcement. So, and we'll come back to each of these 3 points, but that enforcement is quite rigorous, up to and including a third-party management regime in education. And you know, you're familiar with their third-party management type of regime. This one is slightly different, but it's applied directly to education. So what you've experienced is in the financial realm. This would be, you know, a third-party manager that controls your the financial realm is where you would have a third-party manager controlling finances. This would be a third-party manager. They haven't used that word. They've called it a temporary administrator who would actually control your education, who would take over a school. So if you say no, you don't follow the rules, then ANSI's saying, okay, then we'll take over your school. That's backed up. And the third thing that it's doing is it's inserting ministerial discretion into a whole number of decisions. And I'll come back to what that means, but it just gives the minister and the department a wide latitude and flexible power that they can exercise to make their choices about how things should go. So you say, why is that the case? And they say, because we said so. Is how I would characterize that. It gives them the right to say that's because we decided it. That's what we decided. So they say jump. About what? What kinds of rules would they be setting about your education system? So I've just run through a number. If you, in the written memo that you have in your packages, you can turn to it later as a reference. I don't recommend that you necessarily comb through it all right now. But this is just giving you a sense. There's a lot of rules suggested here, and again, on a lot of these questions, we don't have all the details at this point, but the Act is setting up a framework that's going to allow, you know, it's giving you a sense of what the federal rules are going to be about, and then you're going to expect more to come in the regulations and the policies and so on. So there's lots of subjects here covered, very substantive questions going right into the content and the real internal governance of your education system. Who are your students? What teachers you can hire and their qualifications? What are your educational programs, your curriculum and so on? Your language and culture programs, including whether such a program, your language and culture programs qualify as an immersion program, or whether it's merely a program of study, a more minor thing, it seems to me, from what the rules, the language it's using. What kinds of things you must track, what you must plan for, set as objectives, work towards to improve. You have to do these school success plans. The federal government's going to tell you what those are, apparently, if you don't know yet. Many reports, that's just one of them, the school success plan, also a school safety plan, annual report, annual budget, and any other report required by the regulations, whatever they may decide. It lays out what information must be public, what must be, what you might decide to keep private. Rules about your management of human resources, financial, information technology, properties, and whatever else it decides to add on. How and when your community members give input. Your special, let's see. Click outside. Okay. Your special education programs, who your director of education is, what his or her mandate is, who your principal is, and what his or her mandate is, your policies, your procedures, your insurance, the school calendar, instructional days and hours, what kinds of things you can delegate and whether that delegation is approved, your tuition agreements and whether those tuition agreements are approved, other agreements that you may have with other entities about school administration and whether those are acceptable to the minister, what kinds of inspector you must hire to ensure you are complying with all of these rules. Okay. That gives, I think, everyone a pretty good idea about the scope, at least, of topics that the federal government has decided to regulate using its power over Indians in Section 9124 to get right into your education systems at a federal level. If you're not complying with those federal rules, the federal enforcement system would kick in. And there's 4 types of enforcement laid out in the Act. Everyone would be required to hire a school inspector who meets the qualifications set out in the Act. That school inspector does inspections according to the manner and so on set out in the Act and completes reports according to what's set out in the Act. If the school inspector identifies things that you've done wrong, that are not in compliance in your education system, they could identify remedial measures that you must take, and the Act requires you to take those measures. The second thing is that the minister could force you to hire a special advisor, and we don't know a lot of details about that yet. To me, it sounds similar. It just reminds me of a kind of co-manager kind of concept. But the minister here is saying, I know best and you don't, and you clearly don't know how to run your school system, and I think you should get advice, and this is the kind of person I think you should get advice from, and you need to hire them and work with them. If that is insufficient, according to the minister can appoint a temporary administrator. And that person then takes over the school. That person then has control over the school and the education operations of your First Nation, and your staff and so on, the education staff are required to cooperate with that person, provide that person information, and follow their directions and so on. That is, of course, new. And as I mentioned, it's obvious.
Feds again.
It's just overwhelming. Does that work? Yeah. Just overwhelming the system with my disgust at these terms. Okay. So the temporary administrator, as I mentioned, I think the paternalism of the third-party management system as a financial measure is familiar to people. I think what's different here is that it's coming directly into your program. It's at a program level here, where you would see that administrator take control. And the fourth thing the minister can do is revoke a designation of your education authority. If you've designated, powers to another body to do certain things in your education system, that could be revoked. And there's no, as with the other third-party type of, enforcement or third-party management systems we've seen Indian Affairs implement, there's no accountability there. There's wide discretion. There's not any standards for this really set out in the Act. It's just if the minister decides that that would be best for you, then the minister can do that. And there's no way provided in the Act under which you could challenge that. You could probably go outside the Act, bring a judicial review, as people occasionally do for third-party management and so on. It's of course very difficult, particularly given that there's no standards and terms. It is so discretionary. No due process set out here, no hearing, appeal, or anything like that. The third thing is the because I said so, and we've touched on it because it's already come up throughout these things, but kind of peppered throughout the Act, here, there, everywhere, are all of these places where the minister just has discretion. What that means is that it's a place where you'll see it in the Act when it says things like the minister may. So if you look for words like the minister may, or if in the minister's opinion, or if the minister decides, I think there's another word, it's mentioned in my memo, there's another phrase used like that. But I've laid out in the memo, I've picked them out, and so they're all there in a chart in the memo. You can go back and look at them later. There's dozens of situations where the minister can, just has leeway to decide. If the minister decides, that's what's going to happen. So it gives that flexibility to the minister. You can expect that sometimes those kinds of powers are delegated within the department. So it may be the minister personally, it may also be people within Indian Affairs. People within ANSI, are going to have the leeway to, in their great and wise judgment, to make various decisions about what's best for your education systems and your children. It gives them that scope to choose without a predictable outcome. And of course, I don't think I need to tell anyone here how problematic that is. So those are the three primary ways that this Act increases federal control and in so doing decreases your control. I'll now just comment on a few other aspects of the Act. One is the Joint Council of Education Professionals. And that's gotten some attention because that, of course, wasn't in the first draft version of this Act that the federal government circulated in October. It is in the version that was introduced in Parliament, Bill C-33, that we're seeing now. So this has been kind of touted as, I suppose, now First Nations have control, I suppose, because of this joint council. That's certainly not how I see it. This is, first of all, an advisory body. Its only role in the Act is to provide advice. The Act tells the Joint Council to provide advice to you, to First Nations and education authorities, your education authorities, which I suppose you may or may not accept. The Act also tells the Joint Council to provide advice, or it tells the minister that it must seek the advice of the Joint Council in a number of places. Pretty much all, not quite all, but certainly most of the times when, put it before, when the minister has discretion, and you see that list of discretion, in almost all of those times, but not all, the minister is then required to seek the advice of the Joint Council. But the minister is not required to follow that advice. So there's a kind of, the minister must consult the Joint Council, but the minister makes the decision. In all of those cases, the minister makes the decision. There's no case where any kind of decision-making power is given to this Joint Council of Education Professionals. So in that sense, I don't see this joint council as decreasing federal control at all. It's an advisory body, that's interesting, but that doesn't decrease the power that resides with the minister to make decisions under this act, and how that power has in a very real sense, decreased or would decrease your power. The other, problematic issue around the joint council is, of course, like, what is this joint council? Where would it come from? It's not representing any of your particular nations. It's not something that you've set up, that you've said, this is a structure we want to establish, this is how we want it established, this is who we want to appoint to it and the role it would have. It's something the ministers created, so I don't see it as a First Nation body in that sense. It would have members, 1 to 4 members nominated by First Nation entities. So there would be some kind of nomination process in which some type of First Nation body would be able to nominate members to it. To me, that does not make it a First Nation governance kind of body by any means, right? You haven't set this up. It's not, you haven't decided how you want to represent any of your nations. You haven't decided that you would like a national body of education professionals at all, which you may or may not find useful. And then there's 1 or 4 members chosen by the minister. So you don't know the proportion of the members. Like, is it going to be, there could be 5 to 9 overall. You don't know what the balance is going to be. And of course, you don't know how many, who your First Nation reps are going to be that are making these appointments. You can get a general sense. If there's a maximum of 4 nationally of First Nation nominees, that's obviously not going to be every First Nation. That's not going to be every nation or cultural or language group. That's not even going to be every region. So I don't, it's going to be some kind of large level nomination. It does seem possible as well that if that the federal government could, from among those nominated, make a final selection and have some selection power there. It's all a bit speculative at this point, but just to return to that point, it's not, it's a bit of a bizarre construction, this idea. It's been invented in Indian affairs somewhere, and it doesn't have any decision-making power in any case. Okay, the funding. And I know this will be of course of concern to all of you because underfunding has been so pervasive in First Nations education. I'm going to speak now about the funding provisions in the Act. I'm going to return afterwards to the funding announcement that was made, because those things are a bit different. The Act is, if it were passed, would have a kind of longer shelf life, let's say, than a particular funding announcement that may come and go. So I'm just going to focus on that separately, and then I'll come back. I was asked to just comment a bit about the funding announcement, and I'll do that at the end. So the funding formula would be in the regulations, which haven't been developed yet, or haven't at least not released yet. So we don't know exactly what it would look like, but what there is in the new version of the Act that's been introduced in Parliament is some sections that do set some high-level requirements about funding. And the key, there's 2 key provisions there, 43 and 45. 43 sets out some of these high-level requirements, saying basically the funding formula will have to comply with these kind of legislative standards. Because of course an act supersedes the regulations, right? So it kind of goes down from the act to regulations to policy. One of the complaints in the October version that was released was, there was supposed to be this statutory funding guarantee, we didn't see anything. So then this, the new version brings in a few comments about that. Section 43 is, it looks not bad. There's certainly complaints I would have about some of the language there. But, if it were just on its own, I might say, well, that's a start. The first part of it says that the funding must allow your service, your education programs and services to be comparable to a similar sized provincial school in an analogous region, which it kind of defines, like a provincial school of a similar size in a similar region. So that would be nice, right? Wouldn't it be nice for you to receive the kinds of funding that a provincial school of a similar size to you in a similar region would receive? And you've done some analyses of that. You know, some First Nations have looked at those questions at various times, and those figures, you know, your funding would, certainly if that kind of standard were met, your funding would need to go up quite a bit. I'll return to that topic, but you know, that would be a good start. My own position, my own view is that you need more than comparable funding. Your students are starting from a very different position. They're at a serious disadvantage right now compared to provincial students. The Auditor General's found it would take 28 years for your students to catch up at current rates of graduation stuff. So there's a major catch-up situation that needs to happen. And your students also need to meet a different goal, right? They're bilingual, many of them, right? And you need to promote and sustain your Indigenous languages, as well as your Indigenous cultures. And you need to raise children that, as I mentioned earlier, and this is your vision, right? Your vision is to raise children that are strong in both worlds, right? And in both cultures. That takes additional support and additional, resources than a provincial school would need. And you have, of course, additional challenges in your communities. For example, social and healing challenges, particularly due to the legacy of residential schools that affects children. There's a number of reasons why I think you need quite a bit more resources than a comparable provincial school. But certainly you're not getting comparable provincial school funding right now. You're getting much less than that. And so that would be an improvement. Do I think that's enough? No. Would that be an improvement? Yeah. So, that would be a start. It says you should get an amount to support First Nations language or culture. I mean, that's good, but an amount is not a very specific phrase. So certainly I couldn't say that would guarantee you anything you might need to meet your programming needs. It also says you should get an amount to enable you to manage your school properties. Again, that's good, but an amount, I don't know. So there's that. I think having some standards is a minimal improvement. But the real concern I have with the funding provisions is section 45, which then says, okay, yeah, we've said these things, but the total envelope is going to be whatever is going to max out at whatever the federal cabinet said in the federal budget. So that's it. So, while it looked like there was some degree of standards being set there, saying that, okay, the funding formulas and so on are going to need to comply with that. And, that could have been a way to hold them to account, at least to those standards. It could have been something. But if they're saying, well, it maxes out at whatever the budget, whatever we budgeted, that's set politically, right, year to year. It really takes away the benefit of having a legislative standard on funding if that can be, if they can override that politically year to year. I mean, that's what they do now, right? They just set an amount. That's the amount. And they divide it up, they have a funding formula, and it's not enough. So it's not, I don't think overall this is providing you with a funding guarantee to meet even the needs that are, even the standards that are set out there. I don't think those are sufficient standards. They're an improvement perhaps, but even those standards are not being guaranteed. The liability question is, of course, a big concern. There's two sections on liability, 46.1 and 46.2. Grand Chief Peters made a point about liability that I would very much agree with. And so there's two things here. And the first one is, and Grand Chief Peters mentioned this, First Nations are very willing and quite ready and able to, quite prepared to take responsibility for the things that you do, right? You understand that. Like, we're all adults here, you understand that very well. You run your own education systems right now. you understand very well you have responsibilities when you do that. And to be quite frank, having that responsibility carries risks. You know, responsibility and risks carries liability. It's a fact, right? You know, if you make a big mistake in running your education system, it's possible that someone might take legal action about that. That action would probably be against you, not the federal government, if it's something that you did, right? And that's not necessarily a change from the status quo. Just to give a small example there, you know, let's say someone in your school system, your director of education, just fired a teacher out of hand and, you know, broke the law in doing so, or did that for a discriminatory reason or so on. You know, that might bring a liability, right? And that legal process has to do with you and the way your system is running, your education system. It's not about the minister. You're quite prepared to say, yeah, we take responsibility for what we do. But it's the second part of the liability, the 46.2, where so in 46.1, Canada says, federal government, we're not responsible for what the First Nations do. Okay, fine. 46.2, Canada says, and the stuff we do, we're not responsible for that either. So they said, 46.2 says, you know, if Canada fails to do something it was supposed to do, or does something wrong in the way that it does it, it is still not liable unless it acted in bad faith. So it's not liable for anything it does in good faith. That's a very significant shield that Canada is giving itself against potential liability for the stuff that it does under this act. What does it do under the act? Well, it does a number of things. As you've seen, the minister gets a lot of power. There could be cases where you have complaints about the way the minister is exercising those powers, and it may be difficult to bring legal action about the minister's exercise of those powers. And of course, the minister provides funding, right? That's the other thing the minister would it does that already outside the act. That would now be something it's doing inside the act, and then it would have this shield from liability. Is it an absolute shield? No, I don't think it's an absolute shield. There would be, I think, some types of legal case that might still be brought. There might, you might be able to bring what's called an application instead of an action. It gets a bit technical. I comment on that a little bit in the memo. You might be able to argue that they weren't acting in good faith, they were acting in bad faith. That's a very hard standard to meet. And so what's basically happening here is Canada is restricting the kinds of legal proceedings that you could bring against it when it does not meet its responsibilities under the Act. And of course, that's a problem. There's a few parts of the Act that just wanted to comment on that, may sound nice, but don't really do anything for you. One is the preamble. It has, there's some nice words. You could have different opinions, of course, about the words in the preamble. It kind of talks on a bit. There's some parts about that I think sound nice. But it's important to know that a preamble doesn't really have any force. A preamble is used to set some context. It can be used for interpretation. So, if you were complaining about another section of the Act, you might look at the preamble for some context, try to interpret that section in light of the whole Act, and it can help you do that. But on its own, you can't, it doesn't have any force on its own. It's not really a substantive section. There is a non-derogation clause. This Act is not, shall not be interpreted so as to abrogate or derogate from your rights. The main reason, this is not a great clause in a couple ways. One is that any kind of non-derogation clause is not, doesn't recognize rights. That's not the purpose they serve. It just says, we're not trying to hurt your rights, and dear courts, please interpret it that way. The thing to know, though, is that the Constitution, your rights are in the Constitution, right? This is talking about Section 35 rights. The Constitution, so I mentioned before, you have an act, below that regulations, below that policies. But above that, you would have the Constitution. And the act is already just without saying anything, it's already, as a matter of law, required to comply with the Constitution. So to put this kind of clause in an act, you're kind of just stating the obvious in that sense, like it doesn't really provide anything new. Sometimes non-derogation clauses are useful, and certainly in agreements, I think it's a different kind of question, it's worth looking at them, but in legislation, I wouldn't lose sleep over it because it's that protection is in the Constitution. The other thing is that this particular clause has a bit tricky wording, which to me just seems designed to really minimize the suggestion that you might have rights that might be affected, minimize even the protection that this non-derogation clause could provide. And it's a weak non-derogation clause. So, and just another reason why there's not really anything happening for you there. Okay, who would come under this act if this act became law? Currently all of you, right? So I say that there may be some exceptions, but all First Nations with band status who have a reserve, or I should say who have residence on reserve. And so it would apply to any First Nation that is recognized as a band under the Indian Act, and if you have a reserve, recognized under the Indian Act, and you have residence on that reserve, it's going to apply to you in respect to those residents. As John mentioned earlier, if people who are under a self-government agreement will come out, and that's stated in the Act. It lists a couple specifically, but you don't have to be specifically listed because it kind of says generally, if you're under a self-government agreement, that's been recognized with federal legislation, you're going to come out. So, those First Nations that are under modern treaties that, cover education, they're not going to come under this act. Those First Nations that have had a specific education self-government agreements developed, the Mi'kmaq have done that in Nova Scotia, they're not going to come under this act. BC is under a quite unique situation because they have that agreement, but they've also been doing a lot of their stuff under a parallel track, and none of their First Nations have actually come into their jurisdiction agreement. It's a bit complicated, I won't go on about that, but the Act gives them 3 years to either come into their agreement or come under the Act. So they would have a 3-year freeze, 3-year grace period in a sense. But those folks of you, and those, in the territories, they're not going to come under the Act because they don't technically have reserves, right? That's not how, like it's NWT, Yukon. But those folks of you in the, prairies, Ontario, Quebec, south of the Cree area, and, so on, you're going to come under the Act if it's passed. And the way out of it would be a self-government agreement. And I know a number of you have negotiated and done work towards that. Some may be at a stage, I know Anishinaabe Nation is at a stage of being, quite close to, considering whether to adopt one. But if you're not under such an agreement, then according to this Act, if it did become law, then you would be under the Act. Okay, so that just reviews what I just said. I'll just skip that. The one thing I'll just add here is, this gets a bit complicated, but as I mentioned, so if you have band status, if you have residence on reserves, you're not under a self-government agreement, the Act applies to you. And at that point, it's worth thinking, and what I would suggest, were this Act to become law, of course, if it doesn't, that's excellent. But if it's heading in the direction of it is, then I would suggest you might want to look at getting advice about how that might affect your First Nation, or if there's a group that you're involved with in education, how that might affect you and your neighbors, because everyone's situation is a little bit different. If you have a school on reserve, then pretty much everything in the Act would apply to you. If you don't have a school on reserve, it would still apply to you. For example, there will be new rules about tuition agreements, and those would apply to everyone. It seems to me it would apply to private schools, and no matter who's running your school, you know, whether it's you, whether it's a private school, whether it's a local authority, some regional authority, you know, however you've organized it, it seems to me this would apply. The one exception is the federal school, which it's not really an exception, it would still come under the Act, but the minister would maintain the responsibilities. So just summing up and just coming back to going from the little picture there back to the big picture, it is really about direction. And you know, that status quo area that you're in is in this middle zone. You know, are you going to move in the direction of this act, which takes you towards federal control and 9124, or in the direction of your control, looking at negotiated agreements, treaty renewal, and your own Section 35 laws? And I think that is really the question of direction. You know, our legal opinion is that this act takes you in the backwards direction, not the forwards direction. You know, we've explored that a bit with the context and also looking a bit into specific details. So I think that's it, but I'll just speak briefly about the funding announcement. Yeah, would you prefer to do that later, Frenchie? Absolutely, we could, I'm yours.
I just want to have one quick question I want to get your take on. At Six Nations, our schools are still under federal control. There's only 7 schools in the country that are still controlled by Indian Affairs, and 5 of them in our territory. So I just wanted to get your take on where does that put our schools and our education system in relation to this act?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yeah, I'm aware of that. So Six Nations is that rare exception. It's not very common, but you're in that exception where there are federally administered schools, not First Nation administered schools. And what happens there, sorry, I did put a bullet in there, and there's a few references in the Act, but just to be brief, what it means is that the Act applies, and the minister has the responsibilities that you would have under the Act. So where the Act says First Nation or First Nations Education Authority, you can read minister. So all of the powers would be the minister's power. Where it says minister, it means minister. Where it says First Nation, it means minister. We can take other questions at this point.
Thank you. National Abiyashi Nation has got together last 2 days, and a lot of things that you mentioned there, we already highlighted. We have a lot of experienced educators, and so it didn't cost us a bundle to hear from their perspective. But one question maybe I overlooked, was there be a required number to be designated, to be noted as a school board?
There may be, we don't know yet. So that's one of the areas of where the minister has discretion, and where we will expect more details in the regulations. So there might be more details in the regulations. If not, you might still just hear from it in policy or whatever the minister decides. So it's not stated in the Act, but it's something that the federal government could control under the regulations or under their policies or what the minister decides.
You had mentioned in your presentation that communities that don't have a school located on them, it would be the tuition agreements that would be affected. Can you explain a little bit more how that's going to affect our tuition agreements and also a little bit on the funding part?
Yeah, so on the tuition agreements, we don't know all of how it will affect you at this point, how it will affect the tuition agreements. In this section, I believe it's 48, that refers to the minister making regulations or cabinet making regulations. One of the things that it says that will be regulated is, the conditions under which tuition agreements would be approved by the federal government. So that suggests to me that they're going to set out some rules about when, I don't know, because we haven't seen the regulations at this point, and we don't know, what they're going to put in their policies or even in the regulations. We don't know yet, but it suggests to me that under this act, they would start saying, I don't really know, maybe what they want to see in tuition agreements, what they're going to pay. There's another section that refers to how the minister will pay what's in a tuition agreement, to that school board. And it does say, I believe, to that entity, like to the province or to the provincial body. The amount that's stated in the agreement, and because there's another section that says it's going to control what conditions must be met in those tuition agreements. It suggests to me that they would set out a whole bunch of requirements that, and if it's not approved, then it's not approved, and then exactly how that would flow and what it would mean and what those conditions are and what they're going to require, we don't know yet. Sorry, go ahead. That wasn't a very satisfying answer. It's just that we don't know that much yet.
The reason that I was asking about that is because I have a great concern. My community doesn't have a school located in it, and our children go to the public and the separate school boards. Now, when you talk about the tuition monies, does that mean that the money then is going to go directly from INAC or whatever it is right to the boards? And if so, my great concern is that we have a large number of children with special needs. And right now, we're able to hire a few education assistants to work with these children. There's nothing in this act that I can read that guarantees that that is going to continue and that the special needs of our children are taken into consideration. Because if the money goes right to the boards, we got no guarantees that they're going to hire our EAs once this is all said and done.
Yeah, sorry, I should correct myself. I'm just double checking, and it does say it would pay to you. It would pay the amount to you, the First Nation or your education authority, but it's going to have control over the amount and the approval of the agreement and so on. So yes, it would be paid to the responsible authority, meaning the First Nation or your education authority. But we don't know what the conditions are going to be on those agreements. And then in terms of the special education question, there's some terms in here that require you to provide access to children with special needs, which is of course many children, and this is a major issue, is failure to, the insufficiency of funding to accommodate children with special needs. All we have now is that there's a requirement on you to provide that access, but we don't see the equivalent in the funding.
Okay, now you also mentioned education authorities. We don't have an education authority that handles our tuition agreements. We do that as individual bands.
If that's okay, it would go to you.
It still would, okay.
Yeah.
in the north, like in the far north, the closest town is about 200, 300 miles away. And what would be, are we going to be compared to that town that's 200, 300 miles away?
It is an excellent question, and absolutely, so in the memo, I raised that point, which is, this idea of provincial comparability. In many ways, it's an improvement on what you have now because the funding you're getting is so low that most of the people that have looked at whether you're getting comparable funding have said, no, you're way below that. It's of course a tricky area, what's comparable and so on. And the point I made earlier is that comparable funding is not enough, right? You're not trying to compare yourself to a province, you're doing your own thing. And you need funding that meets your needs. Certainly the idea of comparability, I think there's a number of First Nations, especially the remote First Nations, there is not a comparable provincial school. There just isn't. This idea of a similar size in a similar geographic region, that doesn't exist. You don't have a comparable provincial school in a similar geographic region, let alone one that's dealing with similar issues to what you deal with. So absolutely, I think that's a valid point, and I can only just recognize that concern.
Just this past year, People for Education did an evaluation of the provincial system. And they found out in the report, the evaluation that they did is that all those the funding formula for the province and its boards are weighted to the big boards. If you live in an area where there's high population, you're going to get a lot more money than the smaller boards. And so the smaller boards don't get a lot of the same kinds of benefits, financial benefits, that larger boards do. And most of our communities are in those areas where you have the smaller boards. So when you start talking about something that's comparable to provincial funding, those areas, those small boards are already underfunded. So it means that we'll already be underfunded if we do a comparison with those.
Yeah, absolutely. The comparative question is a difficult one, and there's been some reports, that NAN, for example, has been involved with. A good one that looks at this question a bit is this report on priority actions in view of improving First Nations education. This is a joint report that NAN did with FINEC in Quebec and FSIN in Saskatchewan, and looked at some issues. And I just pulled up some pages from it, because they did some work looking at what's, they looked at the Ontario formula and Ontario averages, and they said, yes, if we tried to compare as best as we can compare, if we tried to run what a First Nation school would get under the provincial formula, you're well underfunded. But if you look, you really have to look, they look beyond for better comparisons, and again, they're not perfect, but things like, there's some remote schools in Newfoundland that are, like white schools, let's say, that, they're not accessible by road, and they have to deal with second language issues, so they're like, well, that's a little bit comparative. And those schools get several times more money than your schools. But again, it's not fully comparative. So the comparative question is very difficult. Yeah. I looked at a French school. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then we'll do your question next, sir.
Just really quickly, the three objectives under Section 43, fine that they put them in there. Does Section 45 make them irrelevant? If they pass a budget federally that does not provide enough funding to meet the conditions of 43, does that absolve them of any liability?
I think it might. I think it could. For me at this point is enough reason to say that's no good. The advice I would the only reason I hesitate, I would say yes. I would say yes, it does take that away. I guess if we were in the point where this bill had passed and was in law, and you came to me then and asked that question, I might say, well, you could try to make an argument. You know, you could try to argue that Section 43 still has value, but I wouldn't risk it. You know, the way I read it, Section 45 just takes out Section 43. That's how I read it. And you could try to make an argument, but it's on a hope and a prayer. You know, I wouldn't want to rest my hopes on that.
I'd just like to make a comment on that. I was up in Ottawa this week at other meetings at ANSI, and they were talking about, in some discussions, about the additional number of ANSI people that are going to be hired to run this Education Act. And when you look at all the functions of the minister, it's clear there will be thousands of civil servants hired to do this oversight at the same time as your funding is being cut to all your organizations. Because the minister's responsibilities here are enormous, and they're going to have to be implemented by these new civil servants. And also the issue of comparability. I'm at a number of tables with the federal government in different contexts, and comparable does not mean equal. Comparable, even in this context that Judith and Gord were talking about, does not mean equal funding. And the feds are always very careful in the way they word the agreements to use comparable. And we always insist, no, equal based upon an equitable formula. And the feds always say no, comparable, because as Judith said, comparable is. So there's no indication here that you will get even comparable funding compared to these other schools in your area. And that federal cap, the amount that Cabinet approves, is going to include the amount that's going to have to be put in the budget to pay all these new civil servants in Ottawa and in the provinces. So I think it's a very, very slippery slope, this funding formula. And the regulations that are going to follow are not going to deliver what you're looking for in terms of proper funding for your schools. That funding formula has to be clear and precise, I think, before any legislation goes through.
Chief Gordon Beardy, Muscatine First Nation, one of the far north communities. I've listened to this, I've heard about this, I've been advised by my education director, my First Nation teachers regarding the concerns, so it's not something new. I guess what I want to say is, and I want to make it very clear, Sean Aglio, when he resigned, I haven't been happy for a long time. That was the only time this face had a smile. Believe me, I did not support him. I did not give him my vote, and I stated that clearly, that he was betraying his own people. He betrayed us. He became an ally of Stephen Harper. When we had our non-meeting, I stressed that Stephen Harper control of First Nations education. That's what I said. I am not here to listen to this about what it will do to us. We know that. That's why we oppose it. I am 100% in opposition. When there was cutbacks, where was Sean Aglio? It was very quiet as this room. We need a leader at AFN who will represent our concerns, our issues. We are a government. Elders used to say, "Ansnabe o kumawan." You know what Ansnabe o kumawan means? They died already. It means First Nation government. We never surrendered, we never ceded. They only answered to one, their creator who placed them here. And yesterday, as I said at non-meeting, I said, what's going on here? French, English, the first language that was heard on this land was our language. French and English are only second language. Why are we being forced? Every one of us here, I'm a survivor of a residential school. Our elders, our communities were subject to oppression where their kids were taken away. It's just a new way of assimilation under that control. So I'm here to give a mandate. What mandate are we going to give Chiefs of Ontario and AFN? To begin to speak and oppose and to plan a way to make room for us to continue to teach our children what will help them in tomorrow's life. My parents spoke only First Nation language. They taught me life. I was educated. A child grows up educated from a baby to an adult. The education that is being forced on us, it doesn't help our children. There is suicide, there is confusion, there is lack of housing. We're treated worse than in the third world. Our resources are extracted. We see them going out. I've had enough. What are we going to do, we as leaders? Are we going to continue to allow it? What kind of leaders are we if we allow it? I said yesterday, our voices must be heard. What is the regional chief going to do? What is the executive going to do? I'm tired of regulations, legislation being forced down on us, and it will never work because we're First Nation people. You can't control another nation. When will the Harper government learn that? They tried to assimilate us. It never worked, and it will never work. They will try to tell us that we surrendered the land. No, in each First Nation heart, it burns that we never, this is our land. It is our land. Our young people behind us will suffer like Nelson Mandela did. He will fight, they will fight. Us, it's almost like we became chickens. Every time the government does something, we try to say, okay, how will we fit under their regulation policy? No, we tell them, you don't legislate us. You don't bring down on your policies on us. I want to hear, what are we going to do? What are we going to tell the Harper government? Now that Sean Atlee is gone, who is going to speak for us? That's what I want to hear. I want a clear mandate coming from this assembly. I don't want to talk about how I'm going to fit in there.
Just to respond, thanks so much for your comments. I think that's absolutely right, and Regional Chief Beardy wants to comment. Obviously, a lot of this is old news. Many of you know what's wrong with Bill C-33, and this was, I think, just provided as a resource. Regional Chief has already spoken out against it, and your leadership in the education portfolio, Grand Chief Beardy has spoken out. Many of you have spoken out against it. That bigger question of what you want to bring forward, that's going to be your question, right? So, thanks so much for focusing on that issue. Regional Chief, did you want to make a comment? That will be the focus of the remainder of the summit.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just comment on the Chief Beardy from Muscat Dan's call for action. I am a Regional Chief Ontario, and I get a mandate from Chiefs Assembly. That's why the portfolio holder for education, Grand Chief Peters, and myself, and the PC executive called you together, because we need direction. You need to tell us where we go from here. There are provisions within the AFA Charter. The Confederacy of Nations can be called on an emergency basis to deal with national issues. The executive of BC Ontario issued 2 letters calling for that. One on May 1st, it went right across Canada to every First Nation. Second one, May 2nd, again calling all First Nation leaders to come together and take a position, a statement regarding what's before us. So that's what we're going to look for this afternoon. We need solid direction. We need to tell us, yes, that's where we need to go. The executive of PC I work with in Ontario, the Grand Chiefs, we're still pushing for an emergency session at the national level to debate and come up with directions, some concrete directions where we need to go with this. There is a slight pause right now by the federal government. We don't know how long that's going to last. It may be left tomorrow or next week. We need to come together as soon as possible, and we cannot do it unless we get that direction from yourselves, and we're hoping to get that here today and tomorrow. We're still pushing for that. There has to be a voice, there has to be a national voice coming together from the leaders across Canada. So I just want to share that with you. That is why we are here. We need action going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Jimmy Rich. I'm beginning to think this is all an illusion. We talk about illusion. I wanted to talk about the on your presentation, you said the Crown's view. I would like to know what your interpretation means. To me, it seems incomplete. We talk about they believe. I need answers on that. How do you answer this? And on the flip side, we talk about Section 35. We're looking at the Charter Town Accord. We talk about inherent right was explicit and recognized in the Charter Town Accord, Section 35. And what do you mean by treaty renewal? And what is the Crown's view? Because you talk about a fundamental disconnect here. And everything seems to boil down, when I see it, you talk about the minister. Everything boils down to the minister. I also want to read something here. This is my interpretation of how all the governments see us, including judges, and I think a lot of chiefs have this. It says here, This is from Justice Fraser. The problem is we are dealing with a number of dysfunctional communities. The mess, in my view, has to be dealt with by the First Nations communities who may be recognizing that there is no sense in having people live in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do. Children have no reason to go to school because they know there is no point. People cope with their frustration and idleness by drinking too much, and all the little tin pot chiefs and councillors who take advantage of our current system have no interest in changing it because they benefit from it. That is so wrong. I am a chief. What we're talking about today is a lifeline. We talk about Charlottetown Accord. The illusion presented to the people and the general public, that's what it is. But to the people sitting here, it's not an illusion. We are standing on our feet. Those are our fundamental rights under treaty, which government fails to recognize, and they're doing a darn good job at making the public believe we live off the coffers of the government, federal, provincial legislation. And yet, where does that leave us? But I believe our backs are against the wall. We cannot allow this to happen. The First Nations territories, across this great land, our homelands, too many people, First Nations children falling through the cracks, and yet they say on the media, they give us enough money. That is untrue. We all know this fact. We know this over and over. It's the same old story, same rhetoric, over and over. And yet the public is deceived. And yet, where does that leave us? I think in my community, we are doing the darnest to survive as a nation. And what the Regional Chief said, no more will there be. I'm looking for action, direct action, because I cannot let this happen to my children. All the chiefs sitting here, elders, you're talking about my people, where I come from. Their future, their lifeline is in your hands. Why I say this, I'm looking for words that are going to give direction and action that's going to make this thing move. We cannot allow this to happen. Because to me, my interpretation is when we do this, federal, provincial, this is going to elaborately boil down to total and full control of First Nation school, which in general is going to be close the books, no more school. Because nowhere does it say in there, there is shunya for language, culture. However, they do imply there's money for English, French. Now, why should my children learn French when they should learn their own language first? I am a proud Anishinaabe, where I come from. I was told, keep your head high. And how can you keep your head high when the government and the system tells our people we are not worthy, we are third world citizens people in our own homelands? When our people fall through the cracks, statistically speaking, in our First Nations, we all know this. Harper will not address the missing and murdered woman. If that was white woman, there would be a public outcry that you have never seen before. But it's only Native women. And this is an atrocity to First Nations across this land. What about the residential school? This all applies to everything we talk about from day one. When they put their education system in our schools, that was not to educate. That was to eradicate, assimilate, to remove language, culture, everything, to take the Anishinaabe out of the Anishinaabe, just to make us as white as this page. That is an assault on our people. Our people are dying. This I know. We know this. Does Harper government really care? I don't think so. As long as there are Anishinaabes, they want. In Northern Ontario, where I come from, they want what is under the ground, resources, to extract not only the resources from the mining, logging, they want to extract and remove. And that's the same thing I believe they're going to do to Anishinaabe. Try to extract, remove, assimilate, and put us into a society that is not ours. Our people need the dynamics and the fire from the chiefs to make them believe our youth are being heard. Our elders are not forgotten, that their parents are still alive. That fire needs to be ignited in all nations, in that spirit of unity that we call. Because I speak not for myself, but for my children. My grandchildren, I can't even see them yet because I'm busy at meetings. But I believe we're on the same parallel, on the same path to fight this government. We cannot allow this to happen, and I concur with Chief Beardy said. One man can do this, to take away Anishinaabe way to go sit with Harper administration. But there's another man or woman that's going to rise and lead people to fight and sit in the government. No more, no more. This is our homeland. We belong here, the first people. No more to sign on the dotted line until the true interpretation is understood. Front and back, left and right. The legal dynamics are going to be explained better, because today we know more, as what you're saying in your papers. We understand what this is about today. Our forefathers, unfortunately, sometimes they got swindled so good. I'll give you a good example. My grandfather, he said, "Sheriff, come to visit me." He bring brown envelope. I sign it, he said. "Is your name Walter Navio?" My mushroom said. "Yes," he said. He could only read and write. I'm named after him. He told me all this in my language. 8 months later, I believe I went to visit back in my First Nations. I got a brown envelope saying that I was divorced. There you go. He walked away. And I see how my treaty was signed in 1905, Matagami First Nations, with X's, witnessed by, witnessed by. That was not the real intent. The intent was based on a fundamental of lies, to gagamutin, to steal it, everything from our people. It was not only land, it was to take the spirit of the people, to rob them of their culture, of who we are as a nation of people. And it's time, I believe, when your back is against the wall, what do you do as moms and kokums to protect your children? You're going to stand up. And today, I say this, we've had enough. We have to tell the rest of Canada and the world. We talk about apartheid, Mandela, Tutu Desmond. We have to stand on the foundation of our forefathers. That is a good life. Mama and Luki went to work together as a nation under the direction of elders, their teachings, which Creator gave us. And I want answers to what I just talked about there. How do we talk this? What you mean by treaty renewal? How do you mean by
Amen, Chief. All I can say is that your political vision, that's treaty renewal. Political vision that you just put out there, and there's a solid legal base for that political vision. And that legal base has to come to expression in what you decide to do politically about this act and about implementing all of your treaty rights. So I can only say amen, amen, amen. That's what we need. Your political vision to be implemented. And as I say, it has a very strong legal base in how we analyze Section 35, and that is your recognition for implementing that vision.
Bonjour, good morning. Geez, it's always hard to speak after these two guys and others like them. So I'm not going to try to, they refer to that as pissing with the dogs, because it's going to be pretty tough after that. But on that note, I'd just like to ask you to turn your attention to the corner, that guy's sitting in the corner over here. Hey? See him? Actually, he's operating a device that is actually opening up the door to this meeting to friends across this country, but also foe. And I'd also suggest at this point in time that we do need to appropriately deal with the issues at hand. And what I mean by that is I looked at the agenda here this morning and realizing what the chief indicated here, both of them, they said that we need to respond. But I think we need to be mindful of the mandate of this meeting. It's twofold. One is to get a really good understanding of what we're dealing with. The other one is the process. And I want to suggest that if we can, Ontario Regional Chief, we do need to appropriately afford the time and the proper space to discuss these particular issues around strategy and what we're doing. We know that the AFN right now is not in a good way. We know that the AFN has really a litany of missteps on this issue. And we know that with the resignation of the National Chief, there has to be a very careful response to the issue of how we ensure this process goes forward. So if we can have you and your colleagues speak to the agenda and in how we're going to afford the time today, there is no time to wait. We have to respond accordingly. I also want to acknowledge respectfully the territory, the chiefs, the elders, but I want to acknowledge the lady that spoke, the elder, and the prayer that was provided here for us. And if you listen to what she said that her parents and grandparents told her, never forget who you are, where you come from, never forget your identity. But she also said something key. She said, your work is to always work towards the Creator. One thing that we must understand here is, with all this noise and all the complexities around this legislation, there's one simple tenet that exists here.
Go ahead. Good.
Our children, when they were born with sovereignty. That's very distinctly different from Canadians. That sovereignty exists. It was not relinquished, it was not taken away. The treaties did not give that away. We are not a conquered people. So at the root of what we're dealing with here, we need to make the proper moves to ensure that what this infringement, this imposition of legislation doesn't do is say we're giving away that sovereignty, our right to First Nation jurisdiction. And what the legal opinion is saying if we go down this road, we're endorsing what they so-called legal infringement on our people. We can't do that. We have to oppose this through and through and through and through. Just an observation here on the legal opinion. I again want to acknowledge the work of the Ontario Regional Chief, our portfolio, and all of our technicians that are helping us navigate and understand this better. But there was a question raised here earlier that I would ask the legal folks to put some thought around, as well as our portfolio holder. But it's a question around, what about those communities that don't have on-reserve schools? I think what's happened here, folks, and it's happened within our own territory, the Anishinaabe Nation, regarding our own negotiations, is that those that are not involved and who are not dealing with on-reserve schools are somewhat oblivious to the impacts of this legislation. And it's because we're not affording the opportunity to look deeper at what this is doing overall with respect to termination, with respect to not respecting Aboriginal treaty rights, the inherent right to education. So I would ask that what we do here going forward, and there are a lot of people watching this right now, this is not just about on-reserve here, folks. This is about all First Nations. This is about the right to education for every First Nation child across this country. So let's be clear here. There's a lot more at stake. I think what the legal opinion does is it gives us a good starting point. But what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to look at this a little deeper. But I would also ask that, that the organizers of this event speak to the issue of process, and we need an answer today. I think the chiefs want to deal with where we go next, so I'll just offer those comments. Miigwech.
Thank you. This is a matter of process, first of all. We drafted this agenda and we went and we asked for a legal opinion on this particular issue. We wanted to get a legal opinion because we didn't want to have a debate about our opinion. What I would say, what somebody else would say. We asked for an independent party to come in and do a legal opinion so that we would be able to see very clearly what all those areas are. Some of the areas we didn't even think about were identified in the process that's taking place. So that's our first process today, was being able to get some basic information to each other, work with information that was there. Our notion of being able to put that information out to anybody who was watching was critical, because most people, as we heard this morning, in particular the media, do not understand the depth of this issue that we're dealing with. Our citizens and our supporters will have access to listen. They will have an opportunity to see the discussion that's going on. They will see the legal opinions that are being presented. We wanted to try to deal with the funding matter too as well. And then we're going to close off the the webcast this afternoon so that we can begin our own internal discussions about what we feel we need to be able to do. And that's the critical part of this whole discussion, is about what we're going to do. Because we already know what people out there want us to do. Question remains, what are we going to do about it? And so we've taken certain actions right now to ensure that there's a national voice. We're moving ahead in the Confederacy. The Confederacy will take place on March 14th, as we indicated earlier, and that will be our first national voice on this matter. I very clearly think that we were pushed aside on purpose, that the leadership was pushed aside on purpose so that there would be no national debate and the legislation would pass. And now we're in a place where we have to have, to ensure that that national debate goes forward, and we also have to ensure that we're able to tell this government exactly what it is that we want. And so this afternoon, that will be our discussion. I was hopeful that we're going to be able to continue this morning with the funding process, and I need to be able to see some show of hands. Do you want to continue on just to be able to go through the funding, the dollars part of it, and be able to see what the funding looks like? I need some indication if we want to do that. Yes? Enough people say yes? We'll do the funding then, and then we'll shut it off, we'll have lunch, and then we come back this afternoon, we will begin our discussions about what we want, and we'll turn off the webcast so it's an internal discussion.
Very great. Next one, make some additional comments. Yes, the way this was set up is that I think it's really important to try to understand exactly what contains within this act, so that when we begin to formulate our strategies, our plan, that we have good understanding, some basis going forward. In terms of those letters I was talking about earlier, there was, I said, we sent out from COO on May 1st and May 2nd. It was a letter that I sent to the executive, which I'm part of, but mainly addressed to the National Chief before he resigned. And it was a request to the National Chief with support of the AFN executive to call an emergency Confederacy of Nations meeting to allow the leadership to debate on this bill. Yes, the AFN executive, the National Chief got a mandate in December with 5 conditions on it to negotiate and talk to the government. But what was missing, being part of AFN executive, what was missing in my mind is that he should have come back to the chiefs and said, this is what I was able to negotiate from the government. What do you think? Where do we go from there? I don't think that resolution give the AF an executive a full mandate just to go ahead and begin to accept what is on the table. So being part of the executive, myself being part of the AFN executive, I work with Ontario Executive PC, the Grand Chiefs, to request a national forum for chiefs, the leaders, to debate on this issue so that there's be a response that need to come out. If we have problems with it, then we should say that. And we should also offer alternatives. What is it that we want? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to rush you. We're trying to inform everybody so that we'll have same understanding what the bill says, what it actually says. Does it control First Nation control of education, or does it take further erode that? So that is the way this has been set up. So as we said, we will continue to push for emergency national chiefs gathering May 1st based on the charter. And the charter says 5 regions, and 5 regions accept that and support that with 50%, where the number is based on 1 rep for every 10,000. We will go forward to that, and that's what we like to do. So we need your support, but at the same time, we need your strategies. What is it exactly that we're going to take forward? You got you.
So at your request, I'm just going to run through the funding that the federal government had announced would accompany the act. Back on February 7th, as I'm sure many of you recall, there was that announcement about the act. We had not seen the act at that time, but there was an announcement about funding associated with it that was made at that time. It was done as a press release, and as far as I've seen, that's the only information that there is right now. Certainly I haven't seen anything else, so the information I'll discuss today will be based on that press release of February 7th. It's not a lot of information. It was, it was very kind of minimal information at that time. What I did at that time was try to look at that and try to figure out how much is that really? What kind of a difference would that make in First Nations education? Just try to dig behind those numbers a bit. I posted a blog about that at the time, and it's still available. If you Google OKT blog, or my name, I'm sure it'll come up. So I'm just going to run through that briefly, just to give a sense about the money that was announced by the minister to be associated with the act. In short, what I had found, just digging behind those numbers a little bit, is, first of all, I think it's important to say you need a lot more money in your education systems. So certainly more money is positive in a certain sense. And you wouldn't want to lose out on the money that was announced. You want to try to find, I think it would be worthwhile to discuss finding a way to keep that and potentially more on the table. Because you don't want to, you don't want this act, but you do want and have been advocating for many, many years for more funding for your education system. When I dug behind the numbers that were announced, what I found out was, it looked to me, assuming that that was additional money, and it wasn't quite clear that it would be additional money, but I think that that's what they were announcing. I can't be totally sure. So on the basis that it was additional money, it looked like it would improve things a bit. But it looked to me, and I'll get into this in a minute, it's quite a ways off from what I know based on the reports that you've developed. It's a ways off from that. So I didn't do any new research. I am not, I'm not an economist. I'm not, I didn't do any kind of new research into the needs of your education systems or anything like that. I just took a look at the reports that you've already developed. There's been some reports previously done in Ontario, in other provinces, some by AFN as well, earlier reports. And just took a look at, where that lined up, as well as reports that have been done by other people. For example, the Parliamentary Budget Office They take a look at things. They had looked at, for example, the school infrastructure needs. There's been reports by the Auditor General looking at things. So I just took a look at, what's those available reports. I was familiar with a lot of those already following the education issue, and just tried to look at the numbers. Just briefly, they announced overall $1.9 billion in funding. Again, I'm going to assume that's new funding, but it's not clear. It's a pretty misleading figure because that's spread out over a number of years. So, I mean, sure, one could say, what's the total amount that might be spent on education over 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or 20 years? You're going to get into bigger figures. But it doesn't really help you have an informed conversation. So the first thing that, of course, I had to do was just break that down by year. But it's a bit different for each piece of it. So I'll go by piece. One piece was infrastructure funding. They announced $500 million over 7 years. So you break that down, that's about $71.5 million per year. Let's assume that that's new funding. Sorry, I don't have slides because I didn't know that we wanted to go over this today, but we'll just have to do our best. So you can, just to get a sense, the current spending on infrastructure is about, for First Nations education, about $200 million a year. So you try, you can picture the number 200 million. It would be adding 70-ish on top of that. Okay, that's, that's a chunk of a raise. So you'd be going, in theory, nationally from 200 million to 271 million. But the Parliamentary Budget Office, so that's Canada's own, office looking at federal spending. A few years ago, back in 2009-ish, they looked at what was needed just to bring the existing schools up to standards. And they didn't have all the information, but based on the information they knew, you needed about $410 million a year as of 2009, 2010. So we were looking at, and I don't have all the information again, but from what those reports say, you've got about 200. This would bring you it overall to about 271. What you needed, even back a few years ago, just for existing schools, looking at estimated about 410. So it just suggests that, sure, increasing that money for infrastructure is a good start, but that's still a large way off, in the realm of maybe half of what you would need to bring existing schools up to standards. And that doesn't include new schools. Many of you don't have schools in your communities and wish to have schools in your communities. So that isn't included in that figure at all. Another thing that was announced was that there would be, the 2% cap would end, and there would be a new escalator on the base funding. And it said that escalator, the way I read the announcement is that it would go up to 4.5%. I've heard some other comments about that. Again, without seeing more details, it's hard to say for sure, but certainly the way I read the announcement was suggested to me that they were saying 4.5%. He sounded to me like a new cap. It would go up to 4.5%. Again, without seeing more details, it's really hard to say for sure, but that's how it seemed to me when I read that announcement. What's I think important to state is that from what I know, and what I've looked in a bit into the history of First Nations education funding as well, is you've never been properly funded. So, back from when you first started administering schools on reserve following, getting out of the residential school system, Canada devolved, some of that administration cost to you, and it was, just as just as it often is today, it was quite determined not to increase costs in doing so. There was never an attempt, as far as I'm aware of, to try to match provincial funding or try to figure out what you really need. They just started setting figures, I think, based on prior figures or whatever, again, it's that budgetary political process. The federal government decides this is what we feel like spending. on First Nations education. There's no, no comparison, no needs-based analysis that's really driving it. And that's entrenched very low levels of funding over time. In 1995, of course, a cap on the growth of that was implemented, and that set you even further behind. Economists have said that in real terms, like when you look at inflation, your funding has actually decreased over the years. The numbers have increased, but when you take into account that costs go up, it's actually decreasing. But it's important to know, like, you weren't decreasing from some good level of funding in 1994. Like, you were decreasing from a bad level of funding, a low level that was never designed to meet your needs or even to be equitable. And then it started going down from there. So people have done estimates of what you've lost due to that 2% cap, but that does not represent the full extent of the gap. That 2% cap is only part of the gap. There's much more than that to bring your systems up to equitable and needs-based funding. What kind of annual escalation of funds do you really need? I mean, certainly my advice would be, well, you should look at what are the actual escalating costs, right? Which are driven by, of course, the numbers of students and inflation, for one thing. And, some other people have looked at, what that might be, and certainly population growth, some have said, is more, at least in some communities, more than 4.5%. So that alone, a 4.5% is not going to be enough, it looks like, based on what others have said, to cover both inflation and population growth. I looked at an older AFN report that said, averaged out population growth and inflation, and said that was, in the last few years, that has come to 6.3%. So that was where they added it up, and just, looking at those two figures, it seemed to me, sure, 4.5%, it's better than 2, got to acknowledge that. That would be an improvement. Would it get you to where your real annual costs are growing? From what other people have looked at, it didn't look like it. Okay, there's 2 more pieces there. One is the core funding, of course. That's the main piece of funding. That's the part that would be growing each year. And they announced $1.25 billion in that core funding, not beginning for another 2 years, of course. Then that $1.25 billion is over 3 years. So we got to first of all say, what is that each year? It's a bit over 400 million. You just do the math, divide by 3, 417 million per year. Let's assume it's new funding, though it's not totally clear. What's the core funding now? It's about $1.5 billion. So if you can just try to get a mental picture, 1.55, just over $1.5 billion, add another 400 million, gets you close, about a 25% increase, gets you close to about $2 billion, from 1.5 to 2. If that's new money, if that's what it is. When it would kick in a couple years. But again, as I mentioned, we don't really know what's the full extent of what is needed to bring that core funding up to equity and up to what you really need. And that's a difficult question, and I looked at a number of reports. I'm not aware of something that really looks at that. What's the national figure for all of that? If you applied a needs-based funding or a really good kind of equitable funding formula across the country, what's the difference between that and your current funding? There's been some local comparisons, and a number of good reports have been done. I linked to a number of reports in that blog that you can check out. Again, there's one that I mentioned there that Nan was involved in, and it finds some, pretty serious gaps. Looking at, I'm just, eyeballing this, but it's looking at, a third underfunded. Just looking at Ontario comparisons, getting into a half underfunded, depending on how you look at different, numbers and the comparisons of different factors. And then when they were looking at, they realized, like, as some of our delegates here and Chief said, there is no comparator funding to many NAN schools in Ontario. So if we look outside Ontario to some, francophone second language, remote schools that are non-First Nations, there's not a lot of those in Canada. Then you're looking at, funding needs to increase maybe 3 times. And again, these are rough comparisons. That's not even a needs-based, what do you really need to meet your needs kind of formula. So are we seeing funding increase by, a third, double, triple? No, we're not seeing that. There had been a document that was done by the AFN a few years ago that said the annual gap just from the 2% cap was $745 million a year. And this would be 400-ish million a year in new funding. So it's not even covering the difference of what you've lost in the cap. But again, as I said, the cap is not the full problem here. So I do not have a full, I didn't want to run new reports and analysis. That's not really my my strength. But I just wanted to take a look at some of those existing figures. And again, it seemed to me that while new funding is certainly good, and I'm sure it could be put to a lot of good use in your communities, I wouldn't suggest that, I wouldn't want anyone, I didn't think it was good to suggest that this would close the gap, because certainly based on the information I've seen, it didn't look that way. And the final piece of funding that was announced was implementation funding, which was a 4-year package, which would come out to about $40 million a year nationally. That's pretty small for implementation. And considering that, one of the main issues that's been well documented is that First Nations are not really being funded to establish much of a system in education. You have some funding for schools, per student, but the supports, the organizations that you've been trying to establish, the governance question, fulfilling roles that in other systems, a school board, as well as a ministry, and other players in the education, system would provide. You're really not getting much in the way of support for that at all, and no surprise that means that you've had much difficulty trying to build those systems. You have accomplished a lot nevertheless, but there's much to be done there. This amount is extremely low. I mean, if you break it down for First Nation, it would be about $63,000 per First Nation. I mean, maybe you could hire one other person, maybe, with that. That's not really going to support your education systems at a governance level in any dramatic new way. So, I just wanted, that's the breakdown of the numbers, the way I had done it when I wrote that blog at the time. I don't pretend to be an authority on this, I really don't. I just wanted to dig behind it and try to, fact check some of what was being announced about the funding. And, again, just to sum up, where, from reading the reports that you've done and others have done, it seems very clear to me that you are very dramatically underfunded and that you need quite a bit more funding. New funding being announced is a positive in that sense, and I recognize that, but I think you're well within your rights to be fighting for quite a lot more funding than that announcement. Are there questions about that particular piece before we break for lunch?
Thank you, Judith. I do want to thank Judith and John for their presentation this morning. I think it highlights for us the degree of control that the federal government wants to take over our education. And, I can say that at the first blush of this legislation, when we sent it out to the communities, our assessment was never met the 5 conditions that was set out. It didn't meet those. But when you get into the details, you find out so much more of what it doesn't do and what it bestows upon the minister, and what it does to everything that exists in our communities right now that we work so hard to be able to build. So I do want to thank them for their presentations. They'll be here this afternoon with us in the course of our discussions. Right now, we're going to have our lunch. I see Mr. Hare is going to do our food for us today. That's it for our food.
Abdek miłeś, panie wikili, czego istnieje. Nie ma debaty mężczyzn, da młodzi na nie insat tabot, ale nie o to poglądy żeba. Idziesz nam da miłeś czekili, kwestia, diga kobe mode. Spare one of those. Binge ajek, kwestia nasz będę czego dyspewek. Geno ma dość miłe na, kiwuś na nowo istnieje. Matino be matchek, wasebe bayatek, kadeo. Ayo wabijo. Kine rish number se davat kine number mije. Rish number gene je bo ser na kine chinda. Mi gwetchek kiding. Kamati don mane ni kiga posuru budget gena bidnan. Geno is no the naptimi way go kishe. Mi gwetchek kiding.